Testing, can everybody hear? always said, if I'm angry with you, I will
That
let
is
you know.
why that particular population was a
Yes.
lot of fun.
I'll tell you one day that what a bad mommy I was accidentally.
No, you weren't.
I know I was. Oh, it is. All right. Thank you, as we're telling stories. All right, good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 6, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order.
I'm trying to cut it off, and even that's hard sometimes when the signal's low.
Having no idea what that is, we're going to proceed. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City is Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the roll?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on closed session items?
We have no one in the audience and no raised hands on the Zoom call, so no.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the declaration of closed session items. Mr. Deportnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have one item this evening. It is existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. The case name is set forth on the agenda, as is the case number. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session.
Thank you. And at this time, we are in recess to closed session. We will resume at 6 p.m. Oh, okay. Okay. No. Mhm. This is not the way I like my screen. Let's see if I can. Oh, I guess I can still do it this way. Hold on. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 6, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will now come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established. Moving on to closed session announcements by the City Attorney, Mr. DePortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had one item this evening. It was closed session for existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. The case name and the case number are set forth on the agenda. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to that item.
Thank you. We're now going to undertake our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to our wonderful flag. Madam Clerk, do we have Elder Michael Reyes of Destiny Christian Center here? Or
Yes.
Here. Welcome. We're glad you can come. Will everyone please stand?
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for your goodness, for your grace, for your mercy, for this day. For this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. And so, Father, your word commands us to pray for those that are in authority. And so, God, I pray for this governing body. God, I pray for every member here, Father, that you would give them insight for oversight. And God, I pray that they would have the patience of Job, the meekness of Moses, the heart of David, the favor of Joseph, and the ear of Samuel. God, I pray that they would have the courage of Joshua, the wisdom of Daniel, and the zeal of Peter. God, let love be upon them as it was John. Father, let them be faithful as Abraham was, and let them have the boldness of Paul. But God, most importantly, I pray that there would be the mind of Christ. And so, God, every decision that is made, God, I pray that it serves the people. Oh, God, that Victorville, Father, would rise up, Father, and be a beacon to this high desert in Jesus' name. So every decision that is made, Father, let the glory of you come through and let the people see that they serve the community. Father, as you said, you did not come to serve, but you did not come to serve, but to be, you did not come to be served, but to serve. And so, Father, let that be upon their mind, that they serve the people And so, God, we give you glory and honor. And we thank you, God, that we are coming out of the pandemic. And God, we are opening doors. And God, there are businesses that are opening and schools arriving. And God, things are changing for the better. And so, God, we give you glory for that. And God, I thank you, Lord, as we continue down this path and things open even the more. God, we know that this place, this city will be fruitful. For we give you glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Lieutenant Mark Peterson, will you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you, Lieutenant. All right, moving on, Madam Clerk. I'll call on you in just a moment to present the agenda and revisions thereto. The chair wishes to start with one minor revision as to the order in which items will be heard this evening. We're going to take up item number 24 immediately following item number 20. Madam Clerk?
I'd like to be recognized.
Does the member have a point of order?
Yes, I do.
State your point.
I want to know what qualifies for this. Would you just give us a little feedback? That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, that's not a point of order, but so you would like clarification. Could you ask again, please?
Yes, I need clarification why this is occurring. Is there something pending or important? I don't know.
No, it's just the chair's prerogative to change the order of business as the chair deems appropriate. And I think that that item's better heard before the two that follow it.
Got it. Thank you.
You bet. All right, Madam Clerk.
There are two revisions to tonight's agenda. Revision to agenda item number 1 is Exhibit A to resolution number 21-032 is included as attachment C. And also Exhibit A to resolution number 21033 is included as attachment D. And that's in your original agenda booklet. Revision to agenda item number 24, resolution number 21-068 has minor grammatical errors, and that is attached beneath your packet right there. And
Thank you,
those are all the
Madam Clerk.
revisions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're now going to move on to conflict of interest declarations. Do any council members have conflicts of interest to declare? Seeing none or any movement toward that, we're going to move on to the introduction of public comments. And before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak this evening?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. All right, well, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment periods. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during this public comment section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each appeal and public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. I think I got my sound back. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. For those attending by Zoom, please click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen to be placed in the speaker's queue. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Matt Montez.
Good evening, Mr. Montez. Welcome. Do you have an item in particular that you wish to speak to, or is it a
Yes,
non-agenda?
regarding illegal fireworks.
Okay, so that's not an item on the agenda, so it's a non-agendized matter. Thank you.
It's not
Yeah,
on the agenda.
yes, thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, council members, City of Victorville residents, greetings. My name is Matt Montez. I live at 14359 Doeskin here in the city of Victorville. I have been a resident at that location since January 23rd of 2014. I've lived in Victorville for approximately 11 years, and this year will be 20 years here in the high desert. I come before you not with a complaint, but with a concern. And I'm not pointing a finger at any white people, black people, or brown people. I come here as an American and a resident here of the city of Victorville. For the past years, there's been a lot of unruly neighbors moving into our neighborhood. They have a lot of loud music for holidays, parties, weekends. And this past weekend on Saturday, I had a neighbor that had music on till 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that's kind of, code says 11 o'clock, you know. I mean, there's a difference. Somebody should, bring it down. I called a dispatch to send a unit at 4 o'clock, and it didn't turn off until about 5 in the morning. And then come at 7 the next day at 7 o'clock. I've served in the United States Marine Corps. I've been a real estate broker for 24 years. I was a code enforcement officer with the city of Ontario for 8 years, training officer. And I obey the law, pay my taxes, maintain my property. And I read where the city they were increasing the fines from $100 to $1,000 for shooting off illegal fireworks. And then I also read where the city was paying for a firework display at the San Bernardino County Fairgrounds for free, for free. And it's just beyond me that this weekend, it was like a war zone there in my neighborhood. There was more fireworks going off than at the Rose Bowl. I mean, do we have pets that are getting traumatized? There's elderly people that are having problems, like myself, that I've had open heart surgery. I've had a pacemaker, and it gets traumatic. They're not just little fireworks. These things sound like bombs, like we in some kind of war zone. And I was reading where President Trump, when they were having all those statues.
Your time is up.
Getting destroyed, and they increased the fines to $10,000.
All right,
And they
Mr.
stopped.
Montez, if you'd finish your thought as quickly as you can, I'd appreciate it since your time is up.
I'm done. I recommend that they should increase the fines for illegal fireworks to $10,000 and 5 years in jail. And that would deter the problem. It would increase the budget for the police department. Instead of defund it, it would fund it. And it would bring this to a halt. Just stop it. $10,000
Yes,
is
sir.
a good hit.
Yes, sir, thank you. We appreciate your taking the time to come and speak with us. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Neil Prescott.
Welcome, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Council. My name is, with your permission, age 86, Neil Prescott, retired Caltrans engineer, U.S. Department of Interior and U.S. Forest Service.
Mr. Prescott, do you have a particular agenda item that you wish to speak to, or is it a non-agendized
I'm just
matter?
identifying myself.
Is there an item in particular that
Yes,
you?
it's on the card there. I thought you had the card.
I don't have the card. Madam Clerk, is there an item number on the card? My apologies, sir.
Okay.
Is 16, 18, 23, and 24.
Okay.
Is it
Appreciate it.
appropriate to address the council on these items? now?
Yes, of course it is, sir.
On item 16, you're about to pay $145,000 for update in citywide standards and designs for stormwater basins, drainage channels, and street landscaping improvements. Our city suffers from the worst drainage, worst incompetent drainage, because engineers that designed all the improvements were practiced on the coast, and where they had gullies to put all the drainage into. I'd like to recommend that the city manager, Keith, who I think can really get his teeth into it, that the CWE focus on the standards of Maricopa County, Arizona. Of course, we're in the desert. We're not on the coast. And we've got to adopt desert standards for drainage. And so that CWE engineers adopt the standards of Maricopa County, Phoenix, Tempe, Gilbert, and Mesa, Arizona. Because we have atrocious streets, we have incompetent drainage. Now, the guts of that is that when we put in improvements, then we put in fully paved improvements, we get no more than 10-year, all runoff below 10 years is retained on the property in drainage swales and or subsurface detention piping. And I just sure also all the landscaping should be inversed. Instead of running off to the street, we should have swales. And I'd appreciate if the city manager would take this under serious consideration, and so that we can get an improvement in our streets and our storm drainage. Thank you on
Thank
that
you.
item.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Next item.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 18, you're about to general plan update. You're about to pay $500,000 to update the general plan. Your existing general plan is a bunch of general paragraphs which just really don't do the job. In order to do the job, you have to take into account that we are the city with the worst streets, the worst crime rate, and the worst tax rate. And that's a disgrace. And I'm sure that if Keith wants to get his teeth into this, we can get a better master plan than we had in the past.
Your time is up.
With your permission, exception for 2 minutes.
No, sir. The chair will not allow it, but I will let you, if you have a continuing thought, I'll let you finish it for the next sentence or two.
The what has to be identified in that master plan is all the streets that need repair, not just a street pattern and not just the traffic flow. We need a 5-year. The general plan is good for 8 years. So we need, for that 5 to 8 years, we need a plan that the city manager can project cost improvements. And we need field work in that plan. Right now, we're not getting any field work. All we're getting is office work.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prescott.
With your permission, 2 minutes.
No, sir. The chair,
I'd like to make a motion for 2 minutes extension as he requested.
the member has not been recognized.
I made a motion. The motion means someone has to second it or it dies.
Member Gomez is not facilitating this meeting. The chair has ruled that the member is free to appeal to from the ruling of the chair. Does the member wish to do that?
I'm sorry, would you speaking to me?
Does the member wish to appeal from the ruling of the chair?
Is that the same thing as me making a motion to give him 2 minutes?
It is not. The chair has made a ruling. Member Gomez.
I don't understand the
not-
language. I'm
Member
sorry.
Gomez is not facilitating the meeting. The chair has ruled. Does the member wish to appeal the chair's ruling?
Like I said, a motion is what I'm
Okay,
requesting.
we're moving
I don't
on. Thank
understand
you,
your
Mr.
language.
Prescott. Madam, the member does not wish to appeal. We're moving on. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yeah, if that's what it
Ian
means, then
Hudgens?
yes. I don't
The
know what you're
member
talking
is
about.
out of order and will bring herself to order and suspend.
I don't know what you mean with your rulings. I've never encountered that in 5 years. So if you don't mind
Councilmember
explaining
Gomez
it.
has received parliamentary Authority training. We're
Not
moving
enough.
on. Madam Clerk, will you call the next speaker? Thank you, Mr. Prescott.
Deanne Hudgens.
Thank you. And is there, I'm sorry, sir, the public comment period is 3 minutes. Ms. Hutchins, you're free to come to the podium. Madam Clerk, are there agenda items? There are no side conversations to be had during the council meeting. Thank you. The members will bring themselves to order. Madam Clerk, are there agenda items to which Ms. Hutchins wishes to speak?
Not listed.
Thank you. Ms. Hutchins, please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's nice to be back here. It's kind of feeling a little more normal. Maybe we're getting there. I even went line dancing today for the first time in 15 months.
Sorry, you can't hear you.
I said I even went line dancing today for the first time in 15 months, so it's feeling a little more normal. I just want to have some comments, general comments about things that have been said at the council meeting. It's happening. Having only 4 council members is restricting the ability of the city to work efficiently. Interestingly, it's the same council member that is blocking this. Why is this newly elected council member taking this stand? Her demand that the city spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to call a new election, instead of using the information from an election that had occurred only a few months previously, has been extended to filling planning commission vacancy. This time her excuse was that all the members were male, including her own nominee. Wonder why having only women on the council wasn't mentioned when filling the vacancy on the council was being considered. Is there a particular person/woman this council member has in mind? Advancing her personal ideology appears to be her priority. Unfortunately, number of votes cast for a candidate or qualifications to fill a vacancy are not being considered by this person who is elected to make decisions that are in the best interest for the city of Victorville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is via Zoom, Miguel Soto Jr.
Good evening and welcome, Mr. Soto. Are you with us? Mr. Soto, it appears as if your mic is still muted. Will you please unmute yourself? Okay, Madam. Oh, I think we have him. Yes, we have you, Mr. Soto. Welcome.
Hi, yes, thank you for your patience.
Yes, and do you have any particular item that you wish to speak to, or is it a non-agendized matter?
It is both non-agendized and an agendized item.
Okay, and what number is the agenda item?
Number 24.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Soto.
Straight to the main doors. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of this council. Last meeting, I didn't get a chance to recognize our volunteers, the city of Victorville, Mayor Pro Tem Irving and her family, and High Desert Keepers' efforts for community cleanup, so I will do so now. But also like to thank the council for being accessible to their constituents. Through small interactions and or conversations, I recognize the genuine efforts to connect with and work with the constituents to solve social and economic issues. As the High Desert grows, I'll be looking forward to being of service to our community and this council. On a different note, I would like to speak on agenda item 24.
Yes,
Since
Mr.
I have,
Soto.
yes, since I have joined the meetings and reviewing previous meetings, it is clear that Councilwoman Gomez has been a target. It is also clear that Councilwoman Gomez is vocal and is willing to ask questions that some will not. Nevertheless, this agenda item should not be solely about Councilwoman Gomez, but about the truth on what happened that day. We are to spend the people's time reviewing past council members' behavior. Then we also need to review the incident that occurred that day. We need to understand the circumstances and the intent. Therefore, it is important that all facts and opinions are taken into consideration on both sides. The least that the city of Victorville needs is political or personal motives, intentional or unintentional, to take part in this process. If we are to spend the people's time, we must spend it looking for the truth and only the truth. The public and I certainly will be expecting the truth. Every city council member and board has its strengths and weaknesses. Some are straightforward, some are inconspicuous. This council's weakness is lack of cohesiveness. Let's get to the truth and move forward so that this council can continue to solve social and economic issues. Thank you for being good listeners, and may God bless our high desert.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is via Zoom, Maggie Martin.
Good evening, Ms. Martin. Are you with us?
I am. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I hope you are doing well tonight. I have an
Thank you.
agenda item, number 24, and a non-agenda item.
Thank you, Ms.
Um,
Martin.
I'm not fully prepared on either front, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm in absolute 100% support of this council putting this resolution, I'm trying to find the right word. Basically, it's not good politically correct, against Ms. Gomez for this abhorrent behavior that's noted in the resolution. There's 100 other reasons why that should happen anyway. Okay, that's number one. Number two, she filed for an EDD appeal on the 2nd of July. And I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to go into a whole lot of detail at the next meeting, but for right now, all I'm going to say is it's just a stall tactic to buy time. It's a setup. It's to find ways to attack the council, the staff, and the list goes on. And probably my speculation is leading up to a lawsuit, which is going to be an abysmal failure like every one of the other ones she's ever filed, including the federal court one. So that's all I have for now, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings the item back to the council. We are now going to move on to our first business in order, which is public hearing item number 1. This is the annexation of tract map number 16674 into Vista Verde LMAD 5 and DFAD 2, completing proceedings for the annexation. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is the final step in a developer-initiated annexation into both a drainage facility assessment district and a landscape maintenance assessment district. This item had been previously discussed with the council at the May 4th meeting and then again at the May 18th meeting, where those steps involve the initiation of the assessment process, the approval of the engineer's report, and then effectively a resolution of intent to get us to the point where we're at now. Ballots have been mailed to the property owner or property owners. And in this particular case, this public hearing is in place to consider any ballots received for and against, and then to consider approving the annexation of this tract, which is about 150 lots located west of 395 between La Mesa and Forest Park Lane. Your author on this item is Mr. Brian Gangler, your city engineer. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council conduct a public hearing, take testimony, conclude the public hearing, and direct the city clerk to tabulate the assessment ballots, determine if a majority protest exists, and if no majority protest, adopt resolution number 21-032 and 033 to complete annexation of tract number 16674 to LMAD 5 and DFAD 2, adopt the final engineer's report, and order the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2022 and through 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move into technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
So what's the major protest that the public hearing refers to in terms of the agenda? I'm not asking for the topic, but for the legal rendition.
I'm not sure I understand that question. Can you restate it again, please?
Yes, I'm looking at this item and I don't understand it myself. So I'm not asking for the repetition to be word for word written for me, but translated in a format that I can understand. So when I ask for what the major protest would be, I'm presuming there's a 218 and there's going to be the ballot count pretty soon here.
Yes, the majority protest involves having to see a majority of the property owners actually opposing the annexation into the aforementioned assessment districts.
Have we counted the ballots, or will that take place in a couple of minutes?
I believe that's something that the city clerk is prepared to do.
Okay, so that'll be happening just shortly here. Is that what you mean?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And it looks like we've looked at this item before based on the reportage, but what I'm not understanding is, has this been something that has not been publicly placed as a public hearing notice? We talk about so many assessments that I'm getting confused if this is a first of its kind that needs to be rendered at a public hearing section.
No, actually, this is a fairly routine item, especially for developers that own larger pieces of property and want to initiate self-assessment. And that's effectively what's happening here. So this is not a lot different than other assessments we've dealt with. We're probably more used to seeing requests by developers to be annexed into landscape maintenance and assessment districts. This one includes an LMAD, but it also includes drainage facilities as well. But this is not any different than the other self-assessed annexation requests we received in the past for tract development.
Okay, for clarification then, this is new for today for this particular individual bringing it forth for clearing it an assessment, right?
No, that is not correct. We've actually, this is the third time, and this is the final step in a three-step process. We've dealt with this item specifically on two previous meetings, particularly on May 4th. That's when the initiation was proposed by this council, which had authorized the initiation process to begin. And then again on May 18th, when this council was able to see the engineer's report and then adopt a resolution of intent. That actually starts the public hearing process where public notices then get published, which then takes us to today, which is the public hearing for this item.
So is this annexation going to lead to Melrose or some other type of taxation when we convert it to an LMAD and a DFAD?
No, LMADs and DFADs are separate mechanisms, completely different than a Melrose.
But the annexation is still going to have property taxes so that they have to pay for that, right?
The annexation into these districts does yield an assessment, a charge basically for the maintenance related to costs associated with the public landscaping and the public drainage to support the impacts from that development.
Okay, and then one final question. How were we with the notification, just legally, or did we go beyond bounds to make sure that people actually protest if they don't agree with this?
We followed the required noticing process, so it was published in the newspaper, and then the ballots were mailed to the affected property owners.
Okay, so tenant base would not receive that because they're not property owners. They would just have to get the taxation yielded to them and so forth.
So there's no tenants to consider in an action like this because there's no tenants that exist. This is actually vacant property. It's a tracted map. And so ultimately something like this will facilitate the build out of the residential units. Once the residential units are built, to the extent a property owner was concerned with the levy of this form of an assessment, they would actually be disclosed of the assessment as a part of their transactional documents prior to closing on the purchase of a home. Certainly the option of the buyer at that time to decide itself whether or not it wants to buy a home that's subjected to this type of an assessment.
Since we're placing that assessment, doesn't that constrict affordability coming into the city of Victorville in some manner or fashion?
I would say no. Actually, when you look at the amount, it's a fairly negligible amount in the overall concept of what a homeowner is going to pay all in when you consider principal and interest and taxes associated with the purchase of a home.
That's your opinion that this would, I guess, merit an affordability for someone coming into Victorville, I presume.
It's my opinion that that's not what impacts the affordability of a home in Victorville.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. Who requested this annexation?
Was a question who, I'm sorry?
Who requested the annexation?
The actual property owner, which is the developer.
Thank you. All right, with that said, the chair is going to open the public hearing and take public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the chair public hearing and brings this item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you now tabulate the assessment ballots to determine whether a majority protest exists?
I received 2 ballots. Both are to approve, or one is to approve for the DFAT and the other one is to approve the annexation for the LMAD 5.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we, I take it then that a majority protest does not exist?
Correct.
Thank you. With that said, the chair invites a motion with regard to the recommendation set out on the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, there cannot be a majority when the proponent are only 2 at 100%, meaning that any
Member
future
Gomez, we're
residents-
discussing the pending motion at this point, which is to approve.
Any future residents have no viability to help with the
Member
affordability.
Gomez will tailor her comments to the pending motion.
With the affordability, thank you.
Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Impacts, I can't, no.
Impasse is not a vote, is the
Pa-
member
No,
vote?
I voted no.
Aye or no? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar items number 2 through 11.
I'd like to be recognized for clarification.
Yes,
That we were supposed, didn't we move the number 24 sooner?
no, we're going to take that up after item number 20.
Oh, I think I understand. Thank you.
Yes. All right. All right, moving on.
I
A
have
motion is,
questions on 2,
okay, and which 2 are those, Member Gomez?
the calendar consent items, number 2 and number 8.
All right, please proceed with your
Number
questions?
2, notice of completion for Eagle Ranch structure painting project is the title of this item. Was this a CIP project or who headed this project and how much city time and dollars will be allotted for the full project costs? And are there collaborations with other agencies that will help out with costs and or volunteer time?
Well, this is a notice of completion, so the project has been completed. We did have some contractor assistance on this particular item, but Public Works also led the repair of the project. I wouldn't characterize this as a capital improvement. Instead, I'd probably characterize it more as a repair and replacement type item.
Okay, and for number 8, it's payroll warrant list number 12A at $1.4 million. I noticed that This is the first of its kind. They're being bifurcated for 2 different weeks, same as a commercial demand. So I was just wondering why we're splitting the 2 periods. It's not common to see this. I haven't seen this in my tenure in office. So I was just wondering if this is a new process.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this item is similar to items that we've done in the past. It appears as if the payroll warrants that are approved under 7 and 8 are for different pay periods of time. In fact, on item number 7, it's for pay period beginning May 14th through May 28th. Item number 8 is for May 28th through June 11th. So this is a very routine item. It just so happens that we likely had an additional pay period to report on this council meeting, or we didn't have a council meeting, or perhaps we even missed the reporting of one of the pay periods on the last council meeting. But that being said, all we're doing here is the same, just including 2 different pay periods and 2 separate items.
No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. With that said, the chair believes that a motion is in order for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 2 through 11 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
We have
Second.
first- Thank you. I have a mayor, first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council and the council acting in its various capacities has taken action in accordance with the recommendations laid out on the agenda. Now going to move on to our next business in order, which is written communications, beginning with item number 12, authorization and acceptance of the transfer of assessor's parcel number 0478-172-19 from the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency to the City of Victorville for future development pursuant to the approved long-range property management plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Up until 2012, California communities like Victorville had redevelopment agencies which were separate legal entities responsible for redeveloping particular areas throughout its community. And among the variety of redevelopment powers the redevelopment agency had, in our case, it was called the Victorville Redevelopment Agency. It had the power and authority to acquire and dispose of property. Unfortunately, in 2012, the state abolished redevelopment throughout California, and effectively resultant from that abolishment was the wind down of redevelopment agencies and the creation of what we call now successor agencies. This particular item will actually be acting in 2 capacities, both as a successor agency to that wind down effort, and then also as the Victorville City Council. This is particularly dealing with a remnant piece of property that was actually approved on a LRPMP, which is long-range property management plan, basically a disposition plan for the physical real estate assets, most of which have been attended to and disposed of. This particular property is involving a piece of property next to the transit center in Old Town, the Old Forest Park site that was once owned by the Victorville Redevelopment Agency. The LRPMP actually contemplates and was approved through the redevelopment dissolution process to be disposed of and transferred to the city. That had, until this item, presuming it's approved, has not been transferred. And so effectively, this item before you would authorize the transfer from the successor agency to the city so that the city can pursue development activity, some type of development activity on that piece of property. The author on this item is your Deputy City Manager, Sophie Smith. She's not physically here, but she is available via Zoom. She can answer any technical questions or comments you might have on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
that the governing board of the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency and the city council adopt resolution number R-SA-21-003 and resolution number 21-042, respectively, approving the transfer of accessors parcel number 0478-172-19 from the successor agency to the city for future development pursuant to the approved long-range property management plan and acceptance by the city of the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we're going to move to technical questions for clarification. And we will begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, is the long-range property management plan available online in the city's website?
Mayor and council, it is not currently on the city's website.
Okay, since it's not, I'm going to be I am formally requesting of the long-range property management to be mailed to my city email. And when done, so if you can please contact me on my cell phone, 760-912-3190. I would like to look at it. I looked through these pages and I didn't see it unless you can point it out in here. I just might have missed it.
Mr. Metzler, is that achievable? And if so, would you please do that for all council members?
I can certainly provide it to all council members. It's a voluminous document, but no problems in doing that. I can tell you, starting on page 331 of the agenda, and from that, actually 331 and 332, those are exact excerpts from that LRPMP as it relates to this specific piece of property. But without question, I'll provide the entire document to the rest of the council.
And then I have another follow-up question. With this long-range property management plan, since the dissolution came in 2012, is that something that was formulated transitioning from then to now? Is that what that is, like an update, or what is the long-range management plan?
Long-range property management plan effectively was a disposition plan that was required to be approved ultimately by the state. And that was to ensure that all of the former properties were being disposed properly.
Okay, when I was reading the recommendation along with the reportage, what I found incomprehensible was we're going from the redevelopment to the successor to the city of Victorville, ultimately being the outcome of the city of Victorville doing some kind of, I don't know, negotiations or what you're going to do. But is that typical? I don't understand why it's going. It's like shuffling hands.
It's one form of disposition method amongst a number of different types of disposition methods that were considered in the LRPMP for all of the properties. This one was identified specifically to be transferred to the city, but in comparison, there were a number of properties that were under former redevelopment ownership and eventually a successor agency ownership that were actually approved for public sale to private parties, basically putting properties on the market and eventually allowing the market to respond and buy those properties, many of which have been disposed of that way. The point in all of this ultimately is to liquidate the assets of the former redevelopment agency and pay off the obligations or the debts of the former redevelopment agency. In fact, very few properties were actually authorized to be transferred in this particular manner, where a simple transfer was to be from the RDA to the city. They were very particular in allowing that to occur. I think the rationale that went into this particular one is believing that this can help facilitate economic development purposes in Old Town, which is why that method was recommended back at the time that the LRPMP was prepared and approved.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
Member Tim
welcome.
Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mr. City Manager and to staff. I have a real simple question. I'm referring to page 328 at the bottom, the last paragraph. When do we anticipate phase 1 of the environmental study to be completed?
Ms. Smith, I'm going to defer that question to you if you're still on. So it appears Ms. Smith is not with us unless you're on mute, Ms. Smith. But that's something that we would do typically prior to closing. So the hope would be within 60 days.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, it's not that the property belonged to anybody else. It's belongs to the city, no matter what, correct? It's just moving from the redevelopment agency to the city of Victorville so we can make any and all plans to move forward with any building maybe.
In the eyes of the state, and this gets very technical and it sounds like we're splitting hairs, but in the eyes of the state, this is actually owned by the successor agency, which this council is the board too. And you do have the authority to approve items relative to the successor agency. But once approved, then it'll facilitate the ultimate transfer of the physical ownership to be the city of Victorville. So once the city of Victorville has ownership of this property, then it would be the city of Victorville taking further actions on this property if there were actions to be taken.
Which would be this council.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. No questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Metzler, this transfer is nothing new since it was originally identified in the LRPMP. We're just affecting that transfer at this point.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, and proceeding on from questions, the chair invites a motion. If any member would like to move staff's recommendation, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're going to now take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No, ma'am, no discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
All right, so the council, as well as the governing board of the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, has taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just to correct the record, and I know he made the statement that the LRPMP is not on the website. I have updated information here in front of me that says it is on the website, and I'll be sending you the link to that.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, just to confirm, can everyone in the back hear me? You're okay, you're good. Very good. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 13, contract renewals, annual supply and service agreements. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, for supplies and services for a variety of different departments throughout the city. It's not uncommon for us as a part of our procurement process when we solicit and procure services that we enter into contracts that have terms on them, such as a 5-year term, but renewable annually, subject, of course, to budget approval. And of course, we've recently just approved the budget for the current fiscal year. So with that, this item, and it's become a routine item to be brought to you after the budget's been approved, is to authorize the extension of a myriad of different service contracts so that we can continue to operate under those contracts to effectively provide supplies and services for the current fiscal year. This item does not require additional appropriation as the budget effectively serves as the appropriation for these items.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council, Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Water District, and City of Victorville as housing asset successor, award contract renewals for the annual supply and service agreements to various vendors, suppliers for the fiscal year 2021-2022 per the adopted budget on June 15th, 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a basic general question. For these annual service agreements between the city and its respective departments, are any of these agreements between the city and any of our local or small business enterprises? I just need a little enlightenment on this. I'm curious.
I believe the answer to that is yes. There's quite a few. John Mendiola is our finance director overseeing the procurement side of the house, and he can speak a little bit better to that.
Good evening, sir.
Members of the council. Yes, we did when we originally went to procure these services and supplies. We sent it out locally to all the chambers. We sent it out on the daily press. And when the bids came in, we had options to do either 5 years for one base year and then 4 option renewals. And so locals were able to participate in these, and small businesses if that was the case. And then also larger corporations if that was the case too.
Do you have a percentage?
I don't know the percentage, but I can get you that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I'm going to reiterate as well. What percentage of the lists that you have in here fall under the DBE category?
So the DBE category, since that would be concerning federal funds, did not come into play on this particular, there was no goal for this,
So we don't have a percentage, is that what you mean?
not for the disadvantaged business enterprise. They do have an option if they wanted to participate in the solicitation for the procurement.
Okay, and what percentage of the list, oh, that's the same question that you did. So please explain what is meant by contract renewals.
So when we go out for procurement, let's say for concrete, there are 2 major suppliers of concrete up here in the high desert that would be able to solicit and provide a service within an amount of time to that concrete. To get technical, there's only so many rotations of the concrete that can pass on a concrete truck on that barrel that rotates on the back of it to get to the job site. During that time, there's PSI requirements made by the city engineer or Public Works. And so to adhere to those solicitations or that requirement, we will have contracts for a primary supplier and a secondary supplier. When they give us a pricing for an annual agreement, we're locked into that price. And as you can see right now with the oil prices have gone up above $70 a barrel, it's shooting our oil and gas prices up to $5 a gallon right now, $4 in the high desert. So as oil prices and gas prices rises and other material costs rise to what's in the concrete and the service to provide that concrete, we fix them on a fixed price throughout the whole annual year. And then based on performance after that annual year is done, we can ask for a renewal of that contract for that contract pricing, that fixed cost. And if they say yes, then we will renew it for another year. It enables the city to realize cost savings with the fluctuations in the market of any commodity or any service.
Okay, so that addresses some of my concerns because when I look at a list that's being placed in front of me and they're going to be pre-approved, I was going to ask if the pricing, so what is it that keeps this? Is it the report? Is it the history? Is it a relationship with employees? Is it a piggyback? And what other factors may contribute to it? Because one of the things that I'm concerned about with doing something so routine and status quo is missing out on giving the opportunity for someone else to come in, but they also merit the lower cost after COVID-19 because there's a lot of people vying for city dollars to make sure public goods and values are rendered more efficiently. So my concern is on that level. I don't know because I don't sit in your meeting, so I would like to have the accountability and the transparency to approve something that I feel it's been vetted. It's not just, well, it's a good relationship. I want to ensure that there was actually piggybacks. There weren't too many piggybacks and the due diligence was for the public because we are spending their tax dollars.
So every single department head and their expertise staff in their department that facilitate and work with these vendors and this product and or service has weighed in and vetted the pricing, the performance of the vendor, the essential needs, and to go back out in the marketplace. They also looked at that too, given that there's COVID and pandemic, issues right now where supplies could be very limited. And so if we're locked in with a vendor right now and they're able to provide that service going forward for the next fiscal year, that's an advantage for the city rather than going back out and hitting the market and watching the market price shoot through the roof. So right now, I would say, in our best opinion, it is a good price to renew as much as you can, given the market fluctuations,
So this list is for 1 year?
just for 1 year.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is like routine, what they were talking about earlier, coming back annually to the council for your approval. after
Well,
the budgets are approved.
Because if we have a 5-year contract and with that 1 year, we can renew it, we'll renew 1 more year. But it's my understanding that some of these contracts, we can be renewing for the next 5, whatever contract they had.
Correct. We usually like to limit them to 5 years because after 5 years, we want to see what the market is like. And we'll go out to rebid and see the competitive nature with contractors to try to get the best price. And so they'll compete against each other and give a sharper pencil and a sharper cost for us.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Chair has no questions and now invites a motion from the Victorville City Council as well as the council acting in its various capacities as posted on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Staff's recommendation, Member Becerra.
No questions or recommendations.
No, are you moving staff's recommendation? Yes.
And I was second.
Member Tim,
Yes,
second.
yes.
Okay. I take discussion on the pending motion. Since we have a first and second, we're going to begin with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Member Tim.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so since it's my understanding that we're renewing this for the next year, I appreciate the clarification. I was kind of wary about my decision, so I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Comments on the pending motion. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
All right, we have taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 14, American Rescue Plan Act funds. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is simply put in front of you to create the revenue appropriation for funds that we are commonly calling ARPA funds, which is the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Victorville has been recognized as an entitlement city to ultimately receive from the federal government an amount in the order of $33,500,666 over the course of 2 tranches. And we may have received the first one already, and the revenue appropriation is requisite to be able to actually account for those funds in our reporting system. Staff does intend to bring something back to you at the next meeting in the form of an expenditure plan, but this item particularly allows us to get started in the actual collection of those funds. The author on this item is your Finance Director, Mr. John Mendiola. He's available for any specific questions you might have on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council acknowledge the receipt of the ARPA funds in the amount of $16,750,333 and the total award of $33,500,666 and increase the fiscal year 2021 budgeted revenues by $33,500,666.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions. They were answered in my discussion with Mr. Metzler.
Thank you. Member
Agenda
Gomez.
review.
Yes, thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, for the American Rescue Plan funds, I'm looking at when was the first trachea awarded and how was it used, one, and would you send an email with this information and briefly inform our residents? I'm presuming they come in phases.
Can you restate the first part of your question? Does it sound like the question was maybe believing that we've already spent this money?
There's no presumption that it's been spent. It's just when was the first portion awarded? And if it was, how was it used?
So I believe that's in the staff report. Yeah, finally, on June 7th, we were requested by the Department of Treasury. We actually received confirmation of these funds being made to us on June 11th. That's on page 380 of the staff report.
So you're saying that on June 7th, the city of Victorville received a check or we were notified?
No, that's not what that sentence says.
Yes, so my question, if I can reframe it, is the actual date that the city of Victorville received the funding.
John, you have that date?
Thank you. The next question is, does the city have a list of how the Americans Rescue Plan of 2021 has thus far been expended?
We have not spent any of those funds yet. Like the city manager had explained earlier, we're looking to bring back to council a very detailed expenditure plan for the initial tranche of 16.7 million. And then a year from now, we get another 16.7 million.
Okay, so since the city of Victorville has not thus far expended, it does have within its imagination how it would like to spend it, and it would be coming to the council soon here thereafter.
Correct. And it'd have to be adherence to the Treasury guidelines
Okay,
on how to spend that.
and this is pertinent, and let me try to reframe it. I know there has been expenditures when there was a cost for building the emergency team that included Sophie Smith, Doug Matthews, Keith Mesler, and so forth. So when we have the funding of these dollars, will we be including things that we've already in history have accommodated and seen here in the city of Victorville?
That I don't know yet.
Okay.
Some of the guidelines able to spend this money on that qualifies for this money would be lost revenues from the pandemic, any adverse impacts from the pandemic for sewer infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, water infrastructure for safe water drinking, things like that. So until we, have our team together and put that detailed plan in place, we'll bring that back to council.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor
You're
Pro Tem
welcome.
Murphy.
Yes, hi. I have a question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is, I gathered from the conversation you just had with Council Member Gomez that the city has some discretion in how we utilize the funds. Is that correct? So, but there's some guidelines, the Treasury guidelines. Do those guidelines provide, I heard infrastructure, do they also provide that we somehow, I'm asking the question because I've gotten a lot of emails from persons who have utility liens. Is there any way that we could use some of those funds to help make some of those accounts whole?
There are provisions in there to help because of the negative impacts to our residents, our community, our business owners. And that's part of the plan that the city manager and the executive team are taking up to come together with a detailed plan to bring back to council to make the best.
At least that's under consideration. Okay, I got you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And in fact, on the agenda, there are the 4 categories under which these monies can be spent.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mendiola. All right, the chair now invites a motion.
So move to follow staff's recommendation of accepting the funds.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Member Gomez. Going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Ms. Becerra.
No questions or comments.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes.
Discussion on the pending motion.
Yes, yes. So we do have 4 categories. Hopefully the discretion of the city council can be incorporated when that meeting goes and comes forth with the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones. That motion passes.
So we've just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 18, which is the Proposition 68 per capita program authorizing resolution. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is a per capita grant program where funds ultimately could be used to help rehabilitate some of our local parks. This involves two fundings in the aggregate amount of almost $256,000. The author on this item is Janelle Davidson, your deputy city manager. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation, please?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-060 to accept the per capita grant funds and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for program administration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, please remind me, it's item 15, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Item 15.
Oh, yes.
So what guidelines will city employees be using to ensure equity usage and dissemination of the award grant to be inclusive of all parks in the city that are low or poverty-stricken areas that we may not be thinking of?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think first, related to this item, we're actually waiting for the results of another much larger grant application, I believe, to fund Brentwood and Evadale Park. Until that decision is made, it's going to be difficult for us to pin down precisely how we intend to spend these funds. But I can tell you as much that the backbone for how these funds will be spent will be relying on the Parks and Rec master plan that we had just recently completed. So that'll be the framework that we use to guide us in how to spend these funds.
Okay, and this is, what has the city done in the past to create documents to ensure the coverage of the parks that are destitute and need some TLC from the city? Is that the same thing with the master plan?
Yeah, and we went through a fairly exhaustive process where we did have a number of public meetings, inviting public input, comment, feedback as to what it would like to see. So yeah, I would point to the Parks and Rec master plan.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
As we were discussing in our agenda review, Janelle, you said a majority of our parks are in low-income areas, or how are they calling it? I'm sorry.
Yes, they refer to them as severely disadvantaged communities.
There you go.
And I was actually using the tool that the state developed to check all of our parks. We have 6 that are outside of those designated areas, which doesn't mean that they're not eligible. It just means that if we chose a project in those parks, there would be a 20% match requirement.
And the rest of the parks, there is no match requirement. That's where I was going with this. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And if we go forward maybe with a sports complex? We'll look into it.
We may need more money than this.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion.
So move to follow staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to now take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem
No discussion, thank you.
Gomez.
Just to ensure to keep city council, if there's a 6% match, 20% match on those other 6, if we do decide to go that route. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair just would like to express thankfulness for this money coming in, because it's a real get, and it's going to certainly complement all of the hard work done by our CSAC. So very glad to see this. All right, with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones. That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations laid out on the agenda. Going to move to item number 16. A consultant professional services provider agreement with CWE for the preparation of citywide standards and designs for stormwater basins, drainage channels, and street landscaping improvements. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up this item? And when you do, if you recall some of the comments from an audience member, if you could address some of those in your introduction.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So this item is an item that has gone through our procurement process where we've ultimately got a selection and recommendation before you, bringing on professional services to help us standardize some design related needs for things like storm water basins, channels, and landscape maintenance assessment district improvements, in part to create an ultimate product for whether it's commercial, industrial, or residential development, to have much clearer expectation as to what the city standard is going to be for those types of improvements. The comments that I recall, at least that wrote down relative to the public comment, was seeking advisory or looking into Arizona type communities, including Maricopa County, to see how they do things relative to streets and storm drain, which I suspect that's something that we can do. But I know a large part of what is going to be included as a part of the development of these design standards will also be coordinating with our local resource agencies that are also involved in ensuring that we're meeting the requisite standards. So with that, Mr. Scott Webb is your city planner. He's available for any questions or comments from right now.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Staff recommends that the city council approve consultant professional service agreements with CWE in an amount not to exceed $145,000 for the preparation of citywide standards and design for stormwater basins, drainage channels, and street landscaping improvements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, one commenter stated that we have the worst drainage and the engineers' designs were practicing means on the coast. So with that in mind, I wanted to also address some of the concerns. It is unfortunate that we had to spend a lot of money from the city's insurance, but how will the city address the storm and drains specifically? Things that are happening around us that we have a lot of common drivers. How can we address that through this item?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. This proposal will look at all of our facilities and how they impact the city's right of way. So if there is traffic concerns based on existing drainage patterns, that would be addressed in this assessment. To add to what the public commenter said earlier, this is particular to drainage as it flows through city right of way, and particularly to landscaping. The commenter mentioned inverting our landscaping, and that's essentially what the state wants us to do, is to take areas such as our LMAT areas that could provide some infiltration of stormwater and allow for that to occur within our landscaping. So we'll kind of take a new look at our LMAT standards and incorporate that type of inverted drainage swell when it's appropriate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none. And the chair invites a motion.
So moved, follow staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Having a first and second, we're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, thinking about looking at the future for the LMATs and how this is going to be addressed. Hopefully, like the commenter said, it's not just paragraphs, but actual actions that will be able to merit what we're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has no comments on the motion. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 17. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
Pardon me, Mr. Metzler. So this is the consultant professional services provider agreement with Ecor Consulting Incorporated for environmental services associated with the Planned Wellness Center campus. Go ahead, Mr. Metzler.
I'm glad you read that out because I skipped ahead to the next item. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is a professional service provider agreement that allows us to get one step closer to shovel ready. As you'll recall, we had previously awarded a contract to ultimately design the Wellness and Recuperative Care Center that is actually proposed in downtown. That design is underway. There's an environmental scope that needs to be completed as well. Typically, we depend on just a CEQA environmental compliance review to be done, but this also is going to go ahead and include a NEPA environmental compliance document as well, just so that in the event we receive federal funding associated with the ultimate build out of that project, then we would have both environmental requirements covered. This item is authored by your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb, certainly available for more technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk.
Staff recommends that the city council approve a consultant professional services agreement with ECOR or eCorp Consulting Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $115,975 for the preparation of California Environmental Quality Act and National Environmental Policy Act documentation for the Planned Wellness Center campus.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to now take up technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, this is, like you were saying, the start of our wellness center downtown, correct? This is where they do all their studies for CEQA and NEPA, everything that lives down there, correct?
Correct.
And I noticed at the beginning, it said we're also still waiting for more funding coming through, 100,000 pending, since 2020.
Correct.
That's it. Thank you, sir. No further question.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What is the current $15.8 million covering exactly? Would that include direct services or a mixture of maintenance and costs that include administrative costs? And from what periods? And I do see on the reporting, it says currently estimated, and then it has language like June 10th, the RFP, and then June 24th. I don't think these are addressing my question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is not dealing with the $15.8 million. That's an estimated cost for the project. But I do believe it'd be helpful to have Mr. Webb speak to what that money would go towards and perhaps even addressing where we believe that money will come from.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chancellor. The 15.8 million was the original estimate that we came up with for the first round of home key funding. So we do anticipate the cost to be around the same ballpark, since we haven't increased the amount of beds from 168 beds. But we do expect to file an application for the second round of home key within the coming months. Current estimates are maybe tomorrow or anytime between tomorrow and September. We should know how to file that second round of home key funding. But we were successful in the first round of getting the state's attention, and we believe that will come to fruition with the second round.
Okay, my next question is, we don't have the terminology here for the destitute or the unresourced, which is the homeless, but I know the wellness center is for them. It was supposed to cover no more than a year and a half. So every time that we go out and seek for a grant like this extension, is it for the purpose to have something temporarily established? Or what is the purpose of maintaining the grant if, it could be dissolved and the individuals may not have anywhere to stay for that moment or that year?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding the
Yeah, so-
grant will cover the capital expenditure to build the facility. The first round of home key funding did include a subsidy for operations, but that wasn't long-term.
Okay, so then the wellness center is different from West Winds.
Correct.
Okay, then I was just confusing them both. Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor
You're
Pro Tem
welcome.
Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question or my concerns were addressed, and I think what I hear is good news. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no technical questions for clarification and invites a motion.
I would like to move this item as recommended by staff.
Do we have a first? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez.
None at the time, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I only want to say I'm glad to see that we're moving one step closer towards breaking ground for this much needed project. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor
All
Pro
right.
Tem, Member Becerra.
No questions, thank you.
Comments on the motion?
No comments on the
Thank
motion,
you. And so I would just like to echo Mayor Pro Tem Irving's sentiments. And I know that these steps are necessary so that we're more apt to, or we move closer to being successful at getting a home key grant. So I know that these are the preliminaries and hope that all of those things look good on paper and we're moving closer toward getting that $16.8 million for our wellness center. Thank you. All right, the discussion period's now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So we've just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 18, the general plan update, amendment number 1, agreement with Harris and Associates Incorporated. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, the general plan update is well underway. We've retained Harrison Associates previously through a competitive process. And from that competitive process, we entered into a contract with them to conduct the general plan update. You'll actually get a sense of what some of the concepts and discussion points are at next week's joint council meeting with the Planning Commission, particularly relating to the housing element. But this particular item is to actually add scope to the existing contract so that we can undertake some additional environmental study work related to zones in the general plan update, not just housing, but all zones. And then also a fiscal study, which is believed necessary to properly analyze what any economic impacts might exist by some of the recommendations that are being carried forward in the general plan update. So with that, this item is also authored by your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk?
That the city council approve amendment number 1 to the consultant professional services provider agreement with Harrison Associates and for additional scope of work and revised schedule and an increase in the total cumulative not to exceed amount by $94,612 to $500,000 for the city's general plan update, including associated environmental and economic impact reports.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes. So let me give you some context before I ask my question. There's a project schedule with IDs, name tasks, duration, starts and finish dates. which despite the fact they may be considered transparent for many, if they're not elucidated to the council member specifically, they could be considered untransparent. So my question then comes in, when was the last workshop that took place to incorporate the taxpayer's opinion, and when was one held for the city council to bring the mitigation into discussion?
Thank you for the question. The last public workshop was held by the Planning Commission on May 26th. That was the second public workshop that was focused to the land use element. It was the total of the fourth public meeting that's been handled thus far by the Planning Commission. We do hope, we plan to have the draft housing element as part of a joint session next week. And that document's already available on our city website for viewing. But our consultant, Harris and Associates, will be here next week to provide an overview of that draft housing element, which will kick off a 60-day public review period. So we're already taking in comments, and these the draft housing element is based off of the workshops that we've had so far.
We keep saying next week. Is that July 13th at 5 o'clock?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So let me draw your attention again to the project schedule. There's a lot of former dates and current dates. One of the specific dates is a Joint Planning Commission Council Public Workshop, 5-day duration from 8/16 to 8/20. That I know of, I don't have any knowledge of this, but right now opening up this page, are those dates that I should be incorporating in my calendar, because I have not received a phone call.
I wouldn't set your calendar quite yet. That is planned for a joint session to go over the safety element, the environmental justice element, and also the land use element, just to bring the council up to speed so you can see the draft before the final version comes to your approval.
Okay, so let me ask this.
Those are still in flux, those dates.
Thank you. And
Okay.
Member Gomez, if you just hold on a moment. So I want to make sure now going forward, because those questions were helpful. We want to make sure that we're attending to the actual purpose of this agenda item, which is to approve amendment number 1 to the consultant professional services provider agreement. So if we could confine our questions to the intent of this agenda item.
You must have read my mind.
In this proposal, there is discretion, and there's a term with the city on page 568. What is the clarification for what is meant in that paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph are you referring to?
It's page 568 in the first paragraph addressed to Mr. Webb. It's towards the bottom. And again, the context is because there's dates that council has to be, and I was not notified by these dates, it worries me that I'm being excluded. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're gonna get notice of this.
Okay, so.
You will.
No council member is being, excuse me, no council member is being excluded. And so I thought you were going to go in terms of the scope of work amendment, but since we're not, let's move on.
Well, yeah, that's a portion of it where it says the city.
Let's
That's
move on. Thank you.
so, who is the discretion and what does the term the city mean in the proposal for 568?
Okay, Member Gomez, move on. You can ask that outside.
That's within the,
outside of the meeting.
yeah,
That is a comment and
that's within the scope of,
question. This is whether or not to provide an amendment to the agreement. So move on, please.
yeah, so within the scope of this document, when we address the city, are we addressing who is the city that we're addressing here?
Councilmember Gomez will bring herself to order.
So then
and
you're
move
trying
on.
to say that the council members and the board members
You're out of
director
time.
are part of it, right?
Thank you very much. Member, it's out of time. We're going to move on to questions from Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Well, if you wouldn't interrupt me, I would still have time.
Member Gomez.
You
is
are out of order.
and will
We're going to take a recess, 5 minutes, everybody.
suspend and bring herself to
Yes, you will
order.
bring yourself to order and suspend yourself too.
Member Gomez,
Member Jones?
you have been admonished
You
several
have been
times to bring
admonished
yourself to order. At this point, if you continue, we are going to take a recess and allow you the opportunity to Madam Clerk, we'll enter the following into the minutes. The chair has asked Member Gomez many times to bring directives. Madam Clerk, will you please?
Objection, hearsay.
Madam Clerk will enter the following into the minutes. The chair endeavored to order and as to yield herself to the adopted procedures. Nonetheless, she persists in violating our high standards of professionalism for the. With that said, we are going to take a 5-minute. The member is not recognized. This is not a courtroom. This meeting is in recess for 5 minutes. We will return at 7:38. On item number 18, we're now with Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Do you have any technical questions for clarification?
I do. Is Mr. Webb here? Oh,
We don't have city manager.
Well, we will wait a moment
okay.
for Mr. Webb unless you have any other questions that could go to anyone else. They have to
I
be with
mean,
Mr. Webb.
perhaps I see a couple of planning commissioners here. My thing is, as I read the language here before this looks like it has much to do with housing, the housing element. However, would it be inappropriate? Does this plan include that we're going to look at land usage and zoning for all zoning areas? And the reason I'm asking is there is a concern about the number of car washes in what I would think and other citizens believe to be prime real estate locations. So I wanted to know if we could, in this scope of work, include that we revisit the land use and the zoning as it relates to the types of businesses that we are putting in certain areas.
Okay, so again,
That is right. I know.
it's really, the
I
item
know.
is to
I just wanted to put it out
amend the
there
agreement.
since
I know.
you gave me the
I
floor.
know, and I don't think it's all, so I wanted to give you as much latitude as I gave
I
Member
appreciate
Gomez.
it.
So
Thank you.
I don't, as I understand it, the general plan update is not completed yet. So we still have more to go on that. But are there any questions as it relates to approving the amendment?
No, ma'am. No, I think I can raise those questions next week at
Thank
our
you.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra? Thank you. Chair has none. All right, and we're going to move on from the questions, and the chair invites a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions. I'll divert to,
No comments on the motion?
no, ma'am.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Only that I look forward to a discussion on my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, just for the record, Councilmember Becerra is harassing one of the constituents that is present right now.
Member Gomez?
And thank
this
you,
is
that was for the record.
inappropriate. Does Member
Appreciate it.
Gomez
Thank
wish
you.
to- Member Gomez, this is inappropriate. When the chair
It's not when
brings you
she's
to
doing
order,
that.
you will bring yourself to order.
Not when she's harassing people because she doesn't want them
Member
in
Gomez will
attendance.
suspend.
I will be writing an email. You will get notified.
Member Gomez will suspend. Member Gomez is continuing to make comments when she has been directed to suspend. With this said,
Yeah.
there is no comments from the audience, please. Madam Clerk, we'll enter the following into the minutes. As council members, we are required to carry out our business meetings in line with Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Yet the chair has, as a matter of practice, offered grace to Councilmember Gomez when she refused to come to order at the first call to do so. Unfortunately, this is the third consecutive meeting wherein Councilmember Gomez indicated in one way or another that she was able to say what she wished through the outright ignoring of the chair's multiple admonitions to come to order. She never once appealed a ruling, though it was her right to do so. Her unruliness and violations of professional business standards appear calculated to get her point across, but be at the expense of our rules of conduct and the peace of this council and the good of our community, staff, and businesses. The chair will not countenance such abuse during this meeting. Therefore, the chair offers a friendly caution that she will direct the members might be muted each time she rejects the first call to come to order and or to suspend. Madam Clerk, will you please mute the member's mic? Yes. Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Gomez?
Madam Clerk, will you please unmute the member?
Councilmember Gomez?
Present.
Councilmember Gomez wish to make an aye or a no on this, please?
Yes, I'm for it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 19, FM Global Fire Prevention Grant Acceptance. Mr. Metzler.
Excuse me.
Member Gomez has
Excuse me,
not been
I am watching
recognized
right
by
now
the
this
chair
commissioner
and will
attacking
suspend.
one of my constituents.
Will suspend. Member Gomez will come to order and suspend. The council will take a recess for 5 minutes. Members from the audience will not holler out. We will recess until 7:49. The council would certainly welcome a.
Madam Mayor, can we clear the,
No, we
room
may
of the
not.
audience?
No, we may not. So the chair would certainly welcome, as would the council welcome, an apology from the member for her misconduct. She was not recognized by the chair to state a point of order. Thank you. So we are in recess until 7:49. council had taken action with respect to the recommendations laid out on the agenda for item number 18. We're now going to move on to item number 19. Oh, in fact, I had already moved on. So FM Global Fire Prevention Grant Acceptance. Mr. Metzler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with the acceptance of a grant, really to help support our fire prevention efforts in purchasing photoelectric fire alarms. This item is brought to you, is authored by your fire chief, Mr. Jeff Armstrong. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-066, accepting the award of the 2021 FM Global Fire Prevention Grant Funds in the amount of $1,498 to authorize the city manager to execute any and all grant-related documents necessary to secure said necessary grant funds and to implement and carry out the purchase as specified in the grant award, and quote, and adopt resolution number 21-066, amending the fiscal year 21-22 budget for revenue and expenditures for said grant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to take technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Would Jeff Armstrong, the fire chief, be able to explain how the increase of expenditures appropriation of the local grant funds be modified through the acceptance of this grant?
I believe he could, but it's certainly outlined on the first page of the staff report on page 591, where on the revenue side, in fact, it's in the fiscal impacts, pretty well laid out, but on the revenue side, you'll see an increase of 14,942, and on the expense side, you'll see the same corresponding amount.
I'm sorry, you said page 591, well outlined. If I had written this reporting, I would say it's well outlined, but because I have that pending question, would you please, what was the part where you said 591 and to read? I'll read that portion.
I'm sorry, page 581, same answer. It's all outlined in the fiscal impact.
581, not 591.
Correct.
Okay. So it is your interpretation that my question is answered by the expenditure appropriations and the enlistments are in the impact. Let me reframe my question. Maybe I was a little bit unclear. So there are modifications that are going to be facing an impact of dollar amount. I'm not asking for the dollar amount. I do see it here. I was ensuring what kind of services would be impacted, if that's a little bit more clear.
There's no services impacted.
Okay, so no services are going to impact it. So the revenues that are going to be expended here are going to be used for, I presume, goods and services. It's my interpretation.
Photoelectric fire alarms.
Okay, so then it will impact.
Those are expendables. They're not services, they're expendables.
Would you define what expendable is?
They're fire alarms.
Okay.
They're items.
Okay, thank you. Let me see what my next question was. Since these are firearms and it wasn't explicit, if you would consider next time when you write your report to kind of make that a little clearer. Some of the council members don't run with these certain assumptions. So thank you for the clarification that they're not for goods and services. Appreciate that. No further questions.
Yes.
You're
Chair
welcome.
has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
I'll make a motion as recommended by staff to move this item forward.
Second.
We have a first by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez.
Yes, just like I reiterated, just a little bit of clarity. Some of the council members may not have the technical savvy. So it would it's incumbent for the understanding of making a rational decision. Thank you for considering that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action pursuant to the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20, California Fire Foundation grant acceptance. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We get another grant item, this time involving the fire department receiving grants. The author on this item is your fire chief, Jeff Armstrong. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-067, accepting the award of the 2021 California Fire Foundation grant funds in the amount of $14,942. Authorize the city manager to execute any and all grant-related documents necessary to secure said necessary grant funds and to implement and carry out the purchase as specified in the grant award and quote, and adopt resolution number 21-067, amending the fiscal year 21-22 budget for revenue and expenditures for said grant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
Yes. You were fire chief.
Yes.
According to this, the money that's going to be spent on, it's in the staff report for 5 fire captains, hiring a CAL FIRE crew for 5 days at 10 hours a day, and then reducing fuels around the community by cleaning and everything. That's what these funds are going to be used for, right?
I'm going to let your fire chief, Jeff Armstrong, speak to this grant. I know a lot of work has gone into it and it's probably appropriate. Jeff, speak to that and what these funds are going to attend to more particularly.
Mr. Armstrong, third paragraph on page 592.
Yeah, council and mayor and members of the public. The specific mention of the fire captains, we do have to have supervision in the field. That's one of the things that's required when we bring in a CAL FIRE hand crew. You'll notice that expenditure is much more than the CAL FIRE hand crew. CAL FIRE hand crew comes at a very cheap cost. Those individuals, those inmates only make a couple dollars a day. We have to pay for that. So we'll be invoiced from that. And then the expendables, the small equipment, that's for saws, chainsaw blades, fuels that we expend, things like that. And this will be used for fuel mitigation around the community. We'll do a risk assessment on the areas, taking into account a number of factors when we determine where we'll reduce fuels.
Okay, and the CAL FIRE crew has nothing to do with the city. We don't say what they make, how they do, what.
Correct. It's an inmate crew, so they make a few dollars, and then CAL FIRE invoices us for that cost, and that's subject to availability during fire
That's not
season
what we
for fires.
decided to pay them. That's what the state pays them.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
that's it. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. I would like more detailed clarification on the aspect of where we have individuals working, but it's not through the city, it's through the state. Is there a contract mitigated between the city and the state to be able to bring wages that are livable wages, or is that just a different program?
Well, the folks that would be coming in for the state are inmates. They're part of a convict hand crew, and they're paid under the state's arrangement to bring them in and work as a con crew. There will be an agreement or an invoice sent to the city from CAL FIRE for these expenditures. And part of the staff report is authorizing us to move in that direction and have the city manager execute anything that we require. My experience in the past is we haven't had to sign an agreement. We just simply tell them when we want them, they come out and they send us a nominal invoice.
Thank you. The next question is, will the grants be utilized for also administrative salaries? What percentages will go direct to direct services? If that's any that we can contemplate. And that's it.
I don't anticipate any cost for administration of this grant, although there may be questions that I field as I oversee fire prevention. But my plan is not to charge any administrative costs to this grant. The only salaries are listed there for the fire captains that have to be out in the field for the supervision, and obviously the local expertise of our community.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, you are saying inmates, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. Quick question. Are they going to come from the local facilities, detention centers or prisons or persons?
They will come from the local CAL FIRE unit, and they're already a hand crew that's assembled for fighting fire and doing fuels mitigation. So we would simply request them. CAL FIRE would schedule them based on their availability, and they would come in with, I don't want to say their entourage, but they would come in with some of their security, with their crew captains and in their crew buggies. This is actual fire crew.
Okay.
Thank you. So the chair has no technical questions for clarification, but the chair does wish to make a point of privilege and seeks the attorney's guidance on this. So I know that there's no issue with recording during meetings, and our policy has laid out the conditions under which that can take place. But I understand that I think it's the Brown Act also talks about the recordings aren't a problem as long as illumination isn't interfering. And Member Gomez, when she turns on something on her camera, it's the bright light on the phone is directly in my eyes. What do you
Yeah,
suggest?
I'm looking at it and there's no direct light, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. So let me do it to you if it's on your light. Wait, I'm just making sure.
So Member Gomez, the light's off, but you switch it on and off.
No, I
So-
don't.
so-
There's no switching lights of on and
There it
off.
is.
Just did it.
There you go. See?
So,
Oh.
Mr. DeBortnowski, what do you suggest? Because it's really blinding to me and
I would hope that as a
Please
courtesy,
turn it off.
Councilmember Gomez would leave it off. If she continues to put it on, then we could maybe consider adopting a policy to eliminate all communication devices on that dais.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's do that.
Thank you. All right, so the chair respectfully requests that Member Gomez to keep that light on her phone turned off.
I'm still going to record you if that's what you were attempting to display. You're still going to be recorded.
Was not the point of
It is the
privilege
point.
asserted.
You're just using the attorney to your
Councilmember
privilege.
Gomez is out of order.
You
It's
are
not
out of order yourself
recognized.
arguing with me in the first place.
And
Yes, you
moving
have 5
on,
minutes to recess yourself. You're
questions,
welcome.
The chair invites.
Yes.
Madam
motion.
Motion, I motion that we follow the staff's recommendation to approve and accept the grant.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And on that first, in addition to accepting the grant, do you agree with the staff's recommendation later?
Yes, as followed for Captain Armstrong's recommendation.
Thank you. All right. We have a second discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions or no discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
No discussion.
Member Gomez.
No, and you're welcome.
Thank you. And the chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones. That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 24, as was announced at the beginning of the
I'd
meeting.
like to
that
be
we're gonna
recognized
take
for clarification.
for item number 20. This is the.
Did you hear me or did you say later? Because I didn't hear you.
What did you say?
I
Member Gomez
asked,
was
I
not
wanted to be recognized for clarification. If you want me to wait, I will wait.
Sure, but I
Okay,
don't
I'll
know
wait.
what needs to be clarified is we're going to take up item number 24 at this time.
Well, the clarification is I'm not understanding and you shouldn't be reading my mind if I understand or don't. So I just wanted to be recognized. And if I wasn't, could you spell it out so I know you're not recognizing me?
So Member Gomez is recognized if she
Okay.
has.
So we're moving from item 20 to item 24, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the other ones will ensue later after.
After 24, we'll go to item number 21.
Got it. Thank you for
Yeah.
the clarification.
You bet. Thank you. All right. So as this was the item brought forward at the chair's request, I'm going to introduce the item. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my colleagues for allowing this matter to be placed on the agenda. On June 15th, I move that we direct the city attorney to prepare a formal resolution for council consideration to indicate that the actions and statements of Councilmember Gomez in connection with the police investigation on June 2nd, 2021 at Panera Bread in Victorville are repudiated by the city council as they were in violation of the city council's policy and procedure manual and consistent with the city council's
Objection,
adoption
foundation.
and agreed upon norms. The member is not recognized and will suspend.
Objection,
And point
hearsay.
3, not authorized, is supported by the city of Victorville. We have before us the revised resolution. At this time, the chair invites our city attorney to introduce the resolution together with an analysis of why such a resolution is or is not in order. Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. You're correct. You have on the agenda the revised version of the resolution before you, which basically indicates that the actions and statements made by Councilmember Gomez on June 2nd, 2021 were beyond the scope of her authority as a city council member.
Objection,
and were
foundation.
Inconsistent with the procedures
Member
and
has not been
policy
recognized
manuals.
and will suspend.
Inconsistent with the policy and procedures manuals that have been adopted by the city council. So the resolution sets forth the facts related to that and is consistent with the adopted policy and procedures manual.
Objection,
Thank you. The
prejudicial
member
and
has not been
bias.
recognized and will suspend as she does not have the floor. All right, so Mr. DeBortnowski, is a resolution appropriate or not in your legal opinion?
I believe it is appropriate. I think what it does is it indicates to the business community that the actions of Ms. Gomez will be on the scope of her authority.
Objection,
and are not
double
supportable-
hearsay.
Member Gomez does not have the
Objection,
floor, is
hearsay.
not recognized and will suspend.
And are not indicative of the position of the city council of the city of Victorville.
Objection, foundation.
Thank you. This is not a court of law. The member is not recognized and will suspend. Bring herself to order. There will be no discussion in the audience so that the council can continue with its business. All right, so with that said, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville finding that certain actions taken and statements made by Councilmember Gomez on June 2nd, 2021 at Panera Bread Restaurant in Victorville occurred unilaterally and were beyond the scope of her authority
Objection,
as a city
biased.
council member and were not representative of policies or positions of the Victorville City Council.
And the recommendation is, Madam Clerk?
Oh, I'm sorry. And any action taken is at the discretion of the City Council.
Thank you. So we're going to begin with technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the revised resolution before us. And we will begin with Member Becerra.
So this resolution does what? Tells the business community that we don't support
Correct. It
when
tells
she
not
goes
only
out there crazy?
not only the business community, it tells the public in general that the statements made and actions taken by Councilmember Gomez on June 2nd are not reflective of the
Objection,
policy
bias.
and positions of
Member
the city
Gomez has
council
not
of the
been
city of Victorville.
recognized.
Okay. Because it's of her screaming, I'm a Victorville council member and things like that, right?
That is correct. She used her council member name on and her position and title during those events on several occasions.
Just
Yes.
like
Okay.
you do
And the
in
police
closed
Member
session.
Gomez will
Um,
suspend and bring herself to order.
We've discussed it with the captain, Mr. Metzler, about her calling him directly and putting that on the air and everything. Yes? Okay.
The audience member will suspend.
Can we ask him to have to be removed
What-
then?
what-
Madam Mayor? I'm trying to talk.
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. So the chair has admonished the member of the audience several times now and would surely love to have this member stay in the audience. However, if this member continues to disrupt, the chair will ask that he remove himself. Thank you, Member Becerra.
And have we sent a letter to the Panera Corporation?
What does that
advising their
comment
view?
have to do with what's on the agenda and the scope of the agenda?
Member
'Cause I
Gomez
always-
has
I
not been
always get
recognized
harassed
and
by
will
it, so I'm just
suspend. Member
asking
Gomez
for
does not have the floor.
clarification.
Have we,
Member
have we-
Becerra, please go ahead.
have we sent a letter to the Panera Corporation apologizing for her actions, not as a city council member? I think it'd be in our best.
Don't you
interest to
buy
do
food
that.
from them already?
The-
Right there? Aren't
the-
you
I
eating their
don't.
food?
The
Nope.
chair has not.
Yeah,
Member
we all get
Gomez
it.
will suspend. Member Becerra,
You pay my
please.
bills?
Member,
can't pay your
Member
own.
Becerra,
to?
one moment.
Pay your own.
I could.
Member Gomez, one moment.
I'm here too.
Both members are out of order and will
Just like
bring
you are.
themselves to order.
Just like you are,
Member
ma'am. Just
Becerra.
like you are.
Member
Holler.
Mr. DeBortnowski.
I'm not aware that a letter has been sent to Panera Bread. I'm not sure if the city manager has. I don't believe one has. I think,
You better make sure
the-
you send them to
the-
all the
Chair
businesses, not
has-
just Panera.
The chair
I
has
think the
not.
intent was that this resolution would like indicate
Resolution
again
would-
to the business community as well as the public generally that those positions were inconsistent with what the
The
city.
the
council
resolution
believes
would be in lieu of a letter.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Protem Irving.
Yes, this resolution, does this directly or indirectly just address the issue with Panera Bread? In other words, is this in response to the issues that perhaps Panera Bread experienced? Because as I watched the video, first of all and foremost, I want to say I don't condone what my colleague did. But I saw some other stuff happen that I don't necessarily condone. The manager putting her hands on Councilmember Gomez, but the issue before us is, did she violate the council's policies and procedures? I do understand that. I have some strong reservations about this resolution, but I do want to say initially I wanted to know what were the norms that she violated. And in section 4, they're delineated and they're spelled out. It's pretty explicit, I understand. But you know, from my perspective, she experienced privilege because I'm not sure if another councilwoman had jumped in the middle of an investigation, it would have gone the way it did. I don't know if I could have accessed or someone could have accessed Captain Wickham in that instance. The way I see it, I would be walking away. I'm speaking from my personal experiences. I walk away in handcuffs perhaps, and the person would be on the ground in cuffs. So I'm not sure if my colleague experienced privilege or not. So I don't condone that behavior. And from my perspective, you dig my rhythm, but you ain't done with my blues. But nevertheless, I'm not sure if this is going to be an effective way of addressing the issue, because it's my understanding that we've had these kinds of resolutions before. And so what is the expected outcome? Is just to tell Panera Bread that we don't condone her behavior? I don't know, that's not a rhetorical question. That's for somebody to answer.
I believe the intent is to just indicate that the actions and statements of Ms. Gomez during those events were not reflective of the positions and policies of the city council. She was acting essentially beyond the scope of her authority. based on the fact
Objection,
that she
hearsay,
continued to
objection.
Ms. Gomez
refer
does
herself
not
as
have
Objection,
the
bias.
floor. Will bring herself to order. She is not
I do
recognized. Ms.
understand.
Kowski?
I'm sorry, I understand. My colleague has stated before that she is an activist. But we as council persons are held to a higher standard. And even when we are engaging in direct action, we have to be aware of that, because being held to a higher standard, sometimes the outcome is more, what's the word I'm looking for? Can be more, help me someone.
Yeah, well, you're doing fine. You can-
In other words, the outcome or the consequence can be more stringent. So I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, I have a question as well. When I say you, is whoever's willing to respond, what do you expect to accomplish with this item?
Again, I believe the intent of this item is to indicate to the general public as well as the business community that the actions that you took on June 2nd were just your own actions and were not reflective of any of the positions and policies of the city council, and were inconsistent with the adopted policies and procedures manual.
Okay, so you brought it up, right? You're the one that brought it to the table, I presume?
I was asked to bring it back to the council by council action.
Oh, well, I thought it was Ms. Jones.
It was a vote of the council.
So, no, it's just because in the beginning I heard her said something about I was the one that brought it. Thank you to my colleagues. I was just verifying that. So Ms. Jones, you don't have anything to add, I suppose.
I haven't raised my questions as of yet. I will when it's my turn.
Yeah, when I asked a question, I presumed that because it was your item, with your help of your colleagues, that you would also say why you believe or what the action would have been with this item. So if you don't want to respond, it's not a big deal.
Not under questions for clarification.
Okay. And then my next question, let's see. What is the purpose of a resolution?
I believe that's already been answered.
If I am asking, I definitely am asking because I don't believe it has been answered. And if it was answered, I probably was distracted by looking at my notes so I can be on top of what you guys are saying.
Again, the purpose of this resolution is to indicate to the public, to the business community, public generally, that the actions you took. the
Let me
statements you made on the
stop you
second-
again. I'm sorry. I just said for resolution. I got the first part, but I mean, just resolution. I know what you mean by me, but I'm just asking about
The
resolution.
resolution is for the city council to consider a formal action on this item.
Okay, to consider formal action. And would you define what the terms true and correct mean? Because they're not saying what these things mean, true and correct to who, to what, when, where. I just want to make sure we're using legalese and parting what we
There's
need.
no legalese with respect to the terms true and correct. I think they're evident. If you can look at a dictionary definition of true and correct.
So true and correct to a person, to an entity, just making sure I understand.
To the public generally.
Okay, so true and correct based on the opinion of Mr. DeBornowski's legal opinion, correct?
No, true and correct as defined by any dictionary.
Any dictionary, laws, Black's Law Dictionary, just making sure you're using legal, you're using your authority. I just want to understand.
I'm using just regular American dictionary.
A regular American dictionary case, so true and correct. I do notice that there is no penalty under perjury. I would suggest that the individuals who would like this to be a resolution
Your
put
time is
their
up.
information perjuries under there.
Mr. Gomez, your time is up. All
Yes,
right, so
would you let me finish my thought like you do others?
no, because it doesn't, it appears that the question may go on further.
It's not a question. I was just
Well, we're
finishing my
taking
thought.
questions.
Can I please
So
finish my
then, so
thought?
then absolutely not, because this is the
Okay,
time in which
I
questions
understand.
are put forward. All right. So Mr. DeBornowski, I have a few questions for you because you've a number of times said that the purpose of the resolution really is to, in so many words, declare to the public and businesses, et cetera, that we don't approve of the actions taken and statements made by Councilmember Gomez. But isn't it also true that the council member, by using her position of authority and constantly putting out her position as a council member, could put the city itself in a position of liability?
It has that potential, certainly, to the extent that the person receiving the information or that is receiving the comments would believe that she's speaking on behalf of the council. That could certainly be and create the appearance that she has authority to say what she was saying, and that would be supported by the council and therefore could create some liability for the city council.
Right. So there is some benefit to taking a formal action for the council to distance itself from those things that are not in keeping with our policies, practices, and positions.
Correct.
Thank you. And so this item has nothing to do with Member Gomez's First Amendment rights to do what she wishes outside of the council. The issue comes in when she asserts her title to perhaps suggest authority more than she has, and to gain unfair preference in certain situations.
That is correct. We are cognizant of her First Amendment rights, and she certainly has those and is entitled to express her First Amendment rights, always will be.
Right. And certainly there was no problem with her recording deputies or anybody from the police department. That's legal.
Correct.
And that's not at question here. That's not at question here?
That's correct.
Okay. So I think it's safe to say that resolutions and formal repudiations, this is nothing new to this council and former councils, unfortunately with Member Gomez, and there is no and there cannot be any expectation that she's going to improve her conduct. But
Objection,
the
foundation.
question, Member Gomez has not been recognized by
Objection,
the chair. Will bring
bias.
herself to order
You
and
cannot speak
suspend
for me.
Mr. DeBortnowski. So understanding that likely going through the motion of a resolution is not going to change any behaviors, there still is very important benefits to adopting this resolution. If there are, can you state what they are?
Again, I believe it would send a clear message to the public that the statements and actions in a situation like this are not representative of the positions of the council, that she was acting alone, and I believe it would have been appropriate for her to identify herself as an individual as opposed to a city council person.
Okay, and the agenda item sets
Your time is
out
up.
some, thank you. All right, with that said, the chair is going to offer a motion on this as it is her item.
I'm going to make a
And
motion
so
to table
the
this
member is
item.
not recognized, so the
Just
chair is going
offered
to
a
make
motion.
motion.
Didn't you offer for a motion?
Member Gomez is welcome to make a substitute, but the chair is
Okay,
going
got
to
it.
offer the motion since it's her item. So as this item was brought forward by the chair, I move that the city council find that Councilmember Gomez's actions and statements on June 2nd, 2021 at the Panera Bread restaurant in Victorville occurred unilaterally, were beyond the scope of her authority as a city
Objection,
council
Foundation.
member, and were not representative of the policies or positions of the Victorville City Council, and thus adopt Resolution 21-068. Member Gomez does not have the floor and will suspend as revised with its attendant repudiation of Councilmember Gomez's
Objection,
statements and
prejudicial.
actions. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Now going to take discussion on the pending motion. As the chair made the motion, I think I've already said a bit. There's no expectation, at least in the chair's mind, that this is going to bring the council member along in respect for our policies and procedures. However, it is important for our community to know that we do have very high standards of conduct, and we are to inspire confidence in leadership in our community. I think it's worth also noting that when that recording began, it did not begin at the very beginning, and the community was not able to see what preceded it.
Objection, hearsay.
So the member has not been recognized and will suspend. So with all of that said, I think in respect for our community, our businesses, our staff, and potential businesses, that that the council do all of those stakeholders the due justice of adopting this resolution and voting in favor of the motion. Thank you. With that said, there was a second by Member Becerra. Questions on the, discussion on the pending motion?
Yes.
No, Member Becerra.
No.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. I appreciate that you have the fortitude to try to bring something. My actions and reactions are based on a leadership. I was voted a second time. I'm the only member that has been the longest standing for a second term with what we have currently. And so the representation of many businesses, mom and pop businesses, many individuals is why I'm here today. So whatever your decision may be, remember, it does not represent the people that voted for me to stay in this position. So whatever outcome comes, there's no tears on my eyes. It's nothing but a circus and a show, and to show and flex who has power. But remember, I will always keep you accountable, no matter the consequence, no matter the risk. I was elected for a reason, and
Member
I'm here to
Gomez will
represent.
confine her discussion to the pending motion, please.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, please hear me out. I know that you are aware that a lot of people support this young lady, Ms. Blanca Gomez. And to some extent, this action is probably going to add fuel to the fire in terms of adding to her notoriety in the community. I'm sorry, Blanca, but I don't have another word to describe it. I do not condone her actions, but at the end of the day, she does bring light to certain issues. Following that evening where you made the recommendation that we bring this resolution back, there is an allegation of excessive force. I know it's being investigated, but I found out about it on TMZ. That's not a cool way to find out about certain elements, especially during this climate of social justice. I definitely want to support this resolution because I don't condone her behavior. Can you explicitly state to me how she violated council norms exactly?
Okay, so this
when
is,
she did.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
discussion on the pending motion. So
I want to
the
get
time
there.
for questions, but if you
I need
feel
it.
this need,
I do.
Mr. DeBornowski.
Well,
Mr. DeBornowski has all of that in front of
Okay,
him.
very
and
good.
He's the legal.
okay, she violated
Votes on
council
this.
norms when she XYZ announced that she was a councilwoman, and I need, because everybody knows she's a council person. Everybody knows it.
Okay, Mr. DeBornowski.
Okay.
Right.
So as to the norms, but there were other policies certainly.
Again, they are set forth on the agenda. There's an addendum right there that actually spells out the specific provisions of the policy and procedures manual that she violated. There's also a listing of the norms. The norms are basically to be above reproach as a public official, to,
I
work
read them,
together. Yeah.
but
so-
when I want you to state it explicitly. She violated these norms when she did what?
I think when she interfered with the investigation of the police officers and used her name, and I believe tried to influence the outcome of that investigation by using her name.
Well, why don't we just say she violated the law, because she should have been arrested for interfering in an investigation. This is not a stop and identify state, but she violated the law. That's what I meant by you dig my rhythm, but you don't want my blues. She violated the law. You can't get in the way of, they had a right to detain him. He wouldn't tell who he was.
That is correct, but it's not for the city council or the city attorney to be investigating criminal matters. That's up for the sheriff's department and the PD.
Okay, very
Make those
good.
decisions.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so, and if I could just because certainly we see all the norms, but there are a number of policies that are delineated on the agenda that were also clearly violated. All right, so that said, discussion period is now closed. Chair invites a motion.
Yeah,
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
I asked to have a substitute motion
Okay. Oh,
to table this, but you said something, so I waited for
so
you to
yeah, you
finish.
can make that substitute motion if you wish.
Okay, well, the substitute motion is to table this indefinitely, and that's my motion. Whether it dies or it stays doesn't matter.
Is there a second? No second, motion dies. Madam Clerk, take the vote on the main motion.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has approved the motion put forward by the chair. Now going to move on to item number 21. Which is the fiscal year 21-22 training schedule for city council members. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Now that we have an adopted budget for the 21-22 fiscal year, we have budgeted amounts so that we can support training efforts of council members and staff. We do have to adhere to a provision in our policies and procedures manual when it comes to authorizing the expenditure associated with travel for any of these training type events. Before you is a summary of the events that we believe fit for the council that are hosted by and put on by the League of California Cities. So with that, because it typically requires advanced planning, so that staff has an opportunity for items that the council is interested in participating in and incurring expense such as lodging or travel. Staff had brought this item forward to seek an advance consideration, and to the extent approval is granted with this item tonight, then when registration and events come up, we'd have the authorization to proceed in the scheduling of the related travel and with the related travel costs. With that, the author on this item is your city clerk, Charlene Robinson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the city council direct staff which business events council will attend during fiscal year 21-22 to allow sufficient time for registration and travel accommodations.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to get into technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, this is also the first of its kind. I've never seen us go and look at the entire year to see which council members are going to attend, which aren't going to attend because we need registration. So this is something fairly new. So my question is, when did we decide that we would do an entire calendar year to see which council members can go and which council members will not go depending on the vote of the council?
Well, Madam Mayor and members of the council, the decision of who is not under the decision of staff. That's certainly within the discretion of the council to consider. But this item was brought largely resultant from our governance team workshop back in
Stop doing that. I'm watching you.
Member Gomez has not been recognized.
Doesn't
and will
matter.
bring
You're
her-
not looking at the antagonism that one of your commissioners are doing to another one. That is not right, Mr. Patterson. Are you not watching?
Mr. Metzler, will you please continue?
Do we have two members out there and they are not watching and they're part of the PD? You think I'm not going to keep you accountable?
Is
Come on.
not
I am going
being
It's
recognized.
not fair that I have.
Member Gomez will bring herself to order.
Okay?
Member Gomez has not been recognized and does not have the floor. Mr. Metzler, will you please continue?
Yes, continue.
Member Gomez.
Councilwoman.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly enter the following into the minutes? Madam Clerk, Councilmember Gomez continues to violate adopted policies and procedures. Despite the chair's repeated direction that she order. Thank you.
You think you're the
Mr. Metzler, please
protect
proceed.
your
All right, at this point, the chair is going to call for a 5-minute recess with the expectation that Member Gomez brings herself to order. This, the council's time is a precious commodity and it should not be taken with dis. So we're in recess until 8:36.
All right.
And we are on item number 21. And I believe Member Gomez still has time for asking questions. Oh, there you are. Member Gomez, you're up.
Would you please remind me what item we're on? 21?
Yes, 21, and it's the technical questions for clarification portion of the agenda, and it's your time.
Okay, so this one titled for fiscal year 21-22 training schedule for city council members. In context, I felt that this was something that wasn't necessarily just discretionary, so I wanted to understand staff's process in bringing this item today, because I'm reading it a little bit different in terms of the delegation and the alternates. So I just wanted to make that, so I understand that it's probably less what I'm thinking and more hopefully for production.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the delegates and alternate item is item 22. Item 21 is more so related to trying to get the pre-approval for attendance at League of California Cities training events for the council to attend. And we do have policy manual provisions that do require that prior to attendance at these types of events, when expenditures are to be incurred to address travel, lodging type expenses, those must be pre-approved first by the council. And if there was a view that this is the first time we've seen an item like this, I think it's largely been because not only of the policy manual and the evolution of the provisions in that manual, but also the guidance offered from our consultant that helped us in the governance team relations workshop, and the recommendations made to encourage and support more training for the city council.
Okay, my next question then is, since we are approving appropriations for dollars at the moment, is that indeed the case of what we're doing? Are we doing that?
This is just authorizing the use of the line item that's in the city's council's budget so that we can use that line item to satisfy expenses that are associated with the travel-related costs for any of these events.
Okay, so said differently, this is for the entire council to travel and for the entire council to approve its appropriations.
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. And so on the chart on page 600 for each of those events, there's a training component to each of those.
Yes, there are sessions put on at each of those events that I believe provide a type of training that could be beneficial and valuable to the city council.
And the costs are associated per that we see listed there. That's per council member.
That is correct.
And if we could have quiet in the audience, it would be helpful so that the council can.
Yeah, the member
continue
just
with
feels
it.
a little bit targeted, so if there could be
Member Gomez will
clarification.
suspend. She's not out of order. Member
No,
Gomez
no, I'm
will suspend.
letting
Member
them
Becerra
know.
is out of order.
I
and
didn't
will
say
come to
you
order.
are. I said he feels,
Member
just so
Gomez.
it's on the record.
Recognize.
I don't know.
Member
I was just
Member
making, just
Becerra,
letting her know.
please. Member Becerra, come to order and suspend. All right, so going back to my thought. All right, so those costs are per council member, and they're not solid. These are just estimates based on what we've paid out in the past, correct? For registration?
Yes.
All right. And though in the past, we did these kind of, one at a time as it kind of came up during the year. But I would presume that this is being brought forth this way as a means to greater efficiency and planning.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. All right, the chair has no further questions and moves that the council approve registration, travel, related expenses for all of the events listed on page 600. Council members attending being Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Councilmember Becerra, and Mayor Jones. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Well, of course, why are you excluding me? That's
Second.
exactly what
Thank
I
you. We have
said.
a first and a
You
second.
can't exclude a council member from attending. Even if I pay and bring you back, you have to compensate me because you are really trying to
We're
stop
going
me
to
from
move into
attending these.
discussion on the pending
meetings.
motion, beginning
Did you
with
just hear
the
that, Ms.
chair.
Irving? That's not fair.
So
Don't contribute
the
to what
chair
she's
has-
doing.
Member Gomez is
I'm
out of order.
upset because you are excluding me as a council member from attending things that will help me represent my community.
Member Gomez is
How
free to
would you
make
be
a sub-
doing that? You need a third person to do that.
Member
And I
Gomez
don't
is
think
free-
Leslie Irving is going to be fair to that. That is not
And
fair.
we'll suspend. All right, we have a first and a second. We're now going to move into discussion on the pending motion. The chair has none. Member Becerra? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Do have a question. Is what she's saying, is that correct? We're excluding her?
The motion was for Member Becerra, Mayor Jones, and Mayor Pro Tem Irving to attend.
You see that?
But I'm
That is
sorry.
targeting.
Member Gomez is out of order and
No,
will
I'm
suspend.
not.
Member
You're
Gomez
targeting
is,
me.
Member Gomez is free to make a substitute motion.
No, but I don't see that as the recommendation, is that the city council.
There is no recommendation.
Oh,
It's up
okay,
to the
my bad.
council.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to go and I'm going to pay and I'm going to submit to you and you have to pay me back.
Member Gomez
Okay?
can make
You
a
think I'm
substitute
paying, I
motion.
can't afford it. That's what you're doing.
At this point,
Okay?
discussion
I
period
can
is
pay for stuff and
closed.
you're going to have to reimburse me.
Please take
That
the
is
vote.
not fair. What you're doing, that is against the law. You continue to discriminate me and you think you're going to always have 3 votes to discriminate me.
Madam Clerk, will you
Wait,
please
wait,
take the
but I
vote?
don't.
No, no,
Excluding me.
it is.
I don't-
want to be excluded.
Gomez can make a
I want you
substitute.
to attend. I do.
You don't want me to attend.
I know.
You in the pocket.
Irving is not to
I don't
have,
know why you
member
keep voting
Member
for
Irving.
this.
Young lady, I'm not
Irving will
in
stop
anybody's
side
pocket.
conversation with the
Well,
member.
You vote for this, you continue and it's not fair.
Member Gomez.
I understand, but I'm not in their pocket.
Order.
Not fair.
I would be with you, but I don't agree with the way you do
Pro
business.
Tem Irving is out of order. Mr. DeBornowski, does anything prevent the member from making a substitute motion? Member Becerra is out of order and will suspend.
You're next. Okay, and it's not fair.
Mr. DeBornowski, is member Gomez have the ability to make a substitute motion?
He could,
Member Gomez will refrain from council members.
any council member could make a second motion.
No, you are excluding me. Do you not see?
Member Gomez does not have the floor and will suspend.
Madam Mayor, I bring it to a
DeBornowski.
vote. Madam Mayor, I bring it
So
to a
we have
vote.
a member calling for the question.
Madam Mayor, I bring
Is
it to
further
a vote.
discussion- Is further discussion requested by any member?
Yes.
Okay, we have further discussion. So now that becomes a motion to call the question. Is there a second? The chair seconds the calling of the question.
You mean you wanted to go to a in English?
The Madam Clerk will please take a vote on the calling of the question.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't think it's right. The language here does not state our names explicitly. I don't think that's right. It just simply says that the council directs staff which business events council will attend during fiscal year 21-22 to allow sufficient time for registration.
Right now, we are on the calling of the question, so
My
we're
answer is
voting on-
no. I don't support that.
So we the question has not been called and discussion will continue. Mr. Bortnowski, will you kindly answer the question for Mayor Pro Tem Irving? My understanding is that recommendations are just that, recommendations.
They are just,
convince her now.
they are just recommendations, and any council person can make a substitute motion if they so desire.
Thank you. All right, Member Irving, do you have any other comments on the pending motion?
No, I'm only stating that that's not what this states explicitly. I don't think it's right to, this young lady is elected by the people. I don't condone her behavior, but I respect the fact that the electorate elected her, just like they elected me. And I don't like her behavior, but are we in a position to exclude her?
Mr. Bortnowski.
I don't believe the motion is to exclude. I think the motion is just to appropriate funding for 3 council members.
Member Gomez is free to make motions as she chooses.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we include Member Gomez in the allocation.
Thank you. We have a first and a second.
Call the question?
Member Gomez is not facilitating the item, so we have a first and a second on the substitute motion. Discussion on the substitute motion. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
No.
Councilmember Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
No.
That motion fails. It's a tie vote.
Thank you. So substitute motion fails. We're back at the main motion. And at this time, the chair does have a little bit of discussion on the pending motion. This is a grievous thing to have to do this, but until such time that it's the chair's opinion that the member Gomez demonstrates an ability to be faithful in the basic. It's concerning that Member Gomez would not represent the city or its positions outside this council meeting. So the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Excuse me.
Do you have a point of order?
I do. So that we don't shut down business for the city, I'll just take myself out. I'll support the 2 of you going. I'll remain here. So I'll offer a new substitute motion that we allocate funds for the travel of Member Becerra and Mayor Jones, okay?
Certainly, that's her prerogative. We have a first and a second. Any discussion on the new substitute motion?
Yes. Do you not see the game you're playing? You're going
This is
back
on
and
the
forth to
pending
confuse
motion.
the people.
This is a pending motion from Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Well, that's why I said she's in your pocket. She needs to be the 3rd vote for you to be able to accomplish all this. So you're giving her something back. She called it racism when she was elected by the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party, she signed a letter. Why do you think she's
We are not permitted to attack council members.
Do you know what structural racism is? And do you know racism when it slaps you in the face?
I think we're in recess until 8:53.
I'll tell you what, sister,
I do.
you have to have some choice words after this meeting.
I don't care. Keep voting on them.
Recess, we are resuming open session. And we left off with Madam Clerk taking the vote on item number 21 as it relates to Mayor Pro Tem Irving's substitute motion.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Would you mind repeating it? I think I know what it was, but I need to hear it again.
Madam Clerk,
There's a substitute motion for Councilmember Becerra and Mayor Jones to attend the League of California Cities events.
Okay, so that means Leslie Irving herself is not in it, because that's what I take from it. Is that
Correct.
the case? I got it. I heard it.
So Councilmember Gomez,
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to approve registration and attendant travel costs with respect to the events set out on the agenda on page 600. We're now going to move on to item 22, but before we do that, the chair has become increasingly concerned with the safety of our audience and individuals behind the dais. So if there are any more outbursts or any unsettling kinds of things that happen in the audience, the deputies will be instructed to remove those members from the audience.
Well, you better try and remove me.
Has not
I'm
been
right here and you better
recognized.
bet you will not
This
be
has
able to
not been
remove me.
recognized.
Okay, whatever you're saying, you will not be able to remove me.
Member
You
Gomez
will
did
make the
not listen
newspaper
what-
right along with Miss Jones.
Member Gomez
Okay?
did not
'Cause that's what
listen
she
to
did,
what the
targeting
chair just
and
said. Gomez is perverting what the chair just said. Moving on to item number 22, designation of annual League of California Cities voting delegate and alternate. Mr. Metzler.
I think that's a
Thank-
for the only two going.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item specific to the business to be conducted at the annual
Member
League of
Gomez
California
is
Cities.
not recognized and will suspend. Okay, so this meeting is just become beyond the pale, and the member will not yield herself to any semblance of decorum. And the responses from the member are completely disproportionate to the situation. Mr. Metzler, will you please continue with item number 22's introduction?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with the appointment that's being requested by the League of California Cities for a delegate and an alternate delegate for the annual League of California Cities meeting, which this year is being held in Sacramento on September 22 through 24. Typically, it's on the Friday morning, which is the last day of the conference, to which the General Assembly actually conducts the business that's before the membership of the league. So with that, for any member member agencies such as the city to participate in the voting, it is required to actually approve in advance a delegate, and it's advised that it approve an alternate in the event that the delegate cannot attend. So with that, this item is presented for your consideration.
Okay, with that said, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council designate the voting delegate and alternate for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, September 20th or 22nd through 24th, 2021.
Thank you. We're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates solely to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra.
None.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, this is based on discretion. Because there is no names for who the delegate and the alternates will be.
Mr. Metzler.
Any decision is at the discretion of the city council.
And of course, it requires 3 votes, right?
It requires a majority vote of the council.
And a majority is spelled as how many? Can you count for me? How many? I know it's funny, but I'm just, people know what's going on. So you realize delegate and alternates.
Move
Is
on.
it
Member
3?
Gomez.
Well, majority is not explained.
Member
I don't know
Gomez
what that means.
understands
Is a
the answer to
majority
the
3 or does it mean 4? Because we usually have 5. 2/3, majority, supermajority. Is that 3? Is that hard to answer?
It could change depending on how many people are voting and if there are abstentions to the vote. Majority is more than 50%.
So more than 50% would be at least 3.
Saying it
Be
different.
two.
It could be 2?
Yeah. there's
Okay, so
some-
it needs at least 2 people for this to pass.
No, my
Okay.
point was, as you have learned in the Rosenberg
Yeah, I
rules,
haven't, I'm sorry.
that if somebody abstains, the vote count changes.
Okay, so it could either be 2 people or it could be 3 people, depending on how the vote counts.
Depends on what the council wants to
Okay,
do.
so 2 or 3, not 4, 2 or 3, got it.
Could be 4.
No, it can't be 4. That's not majority here. I think it was 52 or 3 you said, so 2 or 3.
Okay, moving
My
on.
next question, I'm sorry, would you have a little bit of respect? You're showing bias. I appreciate your silence. My next question is in regards to the voting delegate and the alternates. My presumption was there's a total of 3, which would be 1 delegate and 2 alternates. And if that being the case, that would be solidified here today based on the discrepancy of at least 2, no more than 3 individuals.
Madam Mayor, I'm just reading through the staff report. I believe it's intended for 1 delegate and 1 alternate. I can stand corrected. Is that correct,
Yeah.
Madam City Clerk?
They can take up to 2 alternates, but since the item before this was approved for only 2 council members to attend this conference.
Okay.
Okay, I have no further questions. Oh, yes, I do. Is this going to go based on the policy where there's like an appointment or a nominee, or how is that going to function? It always changes.
No, that type of action is being sought for in this particular item.
So there's a nomination, someone nominates and then votes.
I think you're speaking to a process that's already occurred and occurred last December with respect to who among the council are the actual reps on the League of California Cities when it comes to either the league or the Mountain Desert Division of the league.
Okay, so I don't understand your response to my question. I'm asking if we're going to be nominating or is there a different process? So I know if I
Your
need to
time is up.
nominate someone or not.
Yeah, and I thought I answered that with respect to this particular function serving as the annual meeting delegate and alternate. This is completely separate from the appointment process that we go through in December for actual committee assignments.
Okay, it's still not clear, but thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. The chair does have a question for the attorney. My understanding is that this would follow the same practice that we have adopted in our policy, that we will have a period where we open nominations, we take in a pool of nominations, close the nomination period, and then each council member votes who he would like, who she would like for the delegate and the alternate.
That would be the appropriate procedure to follow, yes.
Thank you. Right, no further questions. And at this point, the chair is going to open the nomination period to appoint a delegate for the League of California Cities voting delegate for the annual meeting. Are there nominations?
Madam Mayor, I nominate you, Deborah Jones.
Thank you. The chair accepts. Further nominations?
Yes, I'm going to nominate myself because both of you have taken all the committees that we can
Member
attend.
Gomez
You heard.
is nominating herself. Clearly, she accepts. Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote? Members, please state the name of the person you wish to become the delegate.
Councilmember Becerra,
Deborah Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Deborah Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Deborah Jones.
Mayor Jones receives a majority vote.
Thank you.
Three
So
votes, guys.
now we're going to move
Exactly
on.
what I
Member
said.
Gomez has not been recognized. Will
Neither
bring
have you.
herself to order and suspend.
You should also bring yourself to order and
Madam
suspend.
Clerk, kindly mute the member's mic.
It doesn't
Now
matter.
we're going to move on to the nomination period for the
Yep.
alternate for the League
Madam
of
Mayor,
California Cities.
I nominate
Nomination
Leslie
period's
Irving.
open.
I nominate Leslie Irving.
Member Irving will not be in
Will not be in
attendance.
attendance. I move that we designate Councilwoman Becerra as the alternate.
Thank you. So Councilmember Becerra, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Further nominations? Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated. There are no further nominations that can be made. So at this point, Madam Clerk, kindly take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Les Becerra.
Mayor Jones,
Member Becerra, Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Madam Clerk, please kindly mute the mic. All right, we're now going to move on to item number 23. This is Councilmember Gomez's appointment to the Community Services Advisory Committee. Member Gomez, this is your item. Please feel free to
I'll make a
introduce
motion
it.
to have the CSAC as rendered in the sheet. I've been trying to nominate and appoint this person for several months with no avail. He's a Black gentleman. I'm bringing out race because there is structural racism. And if he doesn't get elected, guess why? There's racism here. And that's my nomination for this gentleman who I've been trying to do for several months. And he actually has a master's degree. And I don't know why he's not being elected.
Member Gomez
young
is jumping
millennial.
the gun. Would she like to introduce her nominee?
So I've already made the motion. It's not going to pass. I don't anticipate you voting for it. You haven't. So I'm not going to try to do what I've been doing several times. I've introduced them
Thank you.
many times.
Member Gomez has not. And at this point, we are going to.
She's not going to want to vote.
The chair is going to ask if any council members have any questions of Member Gomez that might help them understand the nominee further. Member Becerra?
Do we have an updated resume? Yes, you do. No, last one here is August of 2020.
Updated as of yesterday? I didn't have the memo, sorry.
No, Smarty, I'd like it,
I
I'd
didn't
like
have
at
the
least
memo.
2021.
Yeah, I didn't have the
August,
memo,
September, October,
sorry.
November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. What you been doing for 11
Yeah.
months? That's all I
Member
want.
Becerra.
I'm just letting you know if
No,
you
so
wanted.
do you have an update? It's a simple question.
No, you're-
Yes, no, try it with me. Yes, no. Do you have an updated resume? Try it.
Let me let
Do
you
you
know.
have it? Yes or no?
Since
Do
February,
you have an up?
for 4 months,
20?
I've tried to bring
That's
him in.
clearly a no. Member Becerra.
No, you
Becerra,
don't.
move
Okay.
on.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Looking for excuses to not have Black man be
Pro
part of the
Tem
community
Irving,
services.
Any
Here it
questions
is.
that might help understand the nominee? Yeah, do you have any questions for Member Gomez?
No, I don't. I noticed that Mr. Belcher is from Cal State Dominguez. I graduated from Cal State Dominguez, and so he's CSU made. Sounds like a good candidate to me.
Thank you. Is Mr. Belcher in the audience? I'd sure like to put a
We have
face to this
never
nominee.
done this to any other any other appointment. I don't know why you would be doing that. I'm sorry. Is this new? No, you haven't. You said we don't like to
Member Gomez,
scrutinize
this is not
them.
appropriate. My only concern is whether Mr. Belcher, well, let me just ask you this. Does Mr. Belcher wish to assume this seat?
Yes, he's
Okay.
the one that
All right.
provided.
Well,
all
in
this.
looking over the information, I mean, it appears to me that Mr. Belcher is quite able to meet the demands of the position. I think would be a really good fit for this position, and I'm going to take Ms. Gomez at her word that he's still interested in this position. The only thing that I would ask is, Mr. Metzler, if this gentleman is appointed, because the resume and the information that we received says the city of Victorville, but no street address, will we certify the residents if an appointment is made?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. All right, the chair has no further questions, and as Councilmember Gomez has already made the motion, the chair would like to second that motion. Is there any discussion on the pending motion?
Yes. Anything that we try to get a Black man in to help the community, there's always an excuse. Let's verify this. Let's get the agenda to be this. It was too long from 2020. Look at what's happening, guys. You're just a few.
Member Gomez.
There's more
the-
people
the
watching.
We're discussing
This
on
is
the
part of
pending
it. This is
motion.
part, and it's very pertinent to Mr.
The
Belcher.
motion is to appoint Mr. Belcher.
Yes, and I already made that move.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem,
No discussion.
discussion? Member Becerra, any discussion?
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair just would like to say once again that Mr. Belcher looks quite capable of doing a good job on this position. Looks like a very good fit, and I wish to thank him, would like to have done so this evening for his willingness to volunteer his time freely for the city of Victorville and to make our parks and recreation even better going forward. With that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So we have appointed Mr. Belcher to the CSAC committee once again. Thank you. The council thanks you, Mr. Belcher, for your willingness to volunteer in this capacity for the betterment of our city. All right, we've already taken up item number 24, and now we're going to move on to item 25, city manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just three items. Just to update you really quickly on the engineering side of the house. We did open bids on June 29th for the Bear Valley Bridge over the BNSF. We did receive 8 bids. Riverside Construction Company currently appears to be the parent low bidder. That low bid has come in right in the order of about 9.8 million. We're going to continue the evaluation process on that and then bring something back for future council consideration. We do have a joint planning commission meeting next week, July 13th, Tuesday, 5 p.m. here in the chambers. I will also be conducting it via Zoom for those that would like to participate over the video. This meeting will provide an overview of the initial draft of the general plan housing element update, including the housing goals and vision for Victorville's future growth, and provide an opportunity to collect additional input from the public. The City Council and the Planning Commission will both be in attendance for that meeting. Environmental programs, we on that side of the house, we do have another free dump day scheduled for Saturday, July 24th at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's going to be at the former UP Victor Valley Junior High School is how I remember it, which is right there at 16925 Forest Drive. Those are all the items that I have for you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, we have remaining on this agenda items number 26 and 27. And as this has been a rather full meeting and an exhausting meeting to boot, the chair would like
No,
to
Gene
see
just said
if
he wanted to go to sleep and you were going to agree with it. I heard you.
forego items number 26.
Yeah,
and
because
number
you need to
27.
go do your stuff. You don't like to do city related
Mr.
business.
Gomez is
Your
not
husband told you he wanted to leave early.
out of order. It is inappropriate to attack council members. Do any council members wish to forego items 26 and 27 and adjourn the meeting? The chair moves. Is there a second?
Second.
We have city.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Mr. T. Bortnowski, is it important to have discussion on an
No.
adjournment?
No, this is the same as a,
All right, there will be
Closed
no
session vote.
discussion on adjournment. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote? Madam
Okay.
Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember
Member Gomez,
Becerra?
suspend.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. I do wish to state that we have a member in the audience. This is on a personal note. Miss Jessica Knox from Montgomery, Alabama. She's been shadowing me this summer. She aspires to be the mayor of Montgomery, Alabama. She is quite delightful, quite brilliant, and she has requested, she may have to go back home sooner than she expected. So she has requested a photo op with everyone behind the dais. And it's my understanding that everyone has agreed. So we will do that now. Meeting's adjourned. I think probably the best.